Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The October rain drummed against the fire escape outside apartment 4B with the persistence of fingers tapping Morse code, each droplet carrying the weight of an approaching winter. 6-year-old Marcus Chen pressed his small face against the cool glass of his bedroom window, his breath creating small clouds that obscured and cleared his view in rhythmic cycles. The metal framework of the fire escape glistened under the amber glow of the street lamp below, transformed by the storm into something that looked almost magical, like the skeleton of some great beast made of light and shadow. Inside the cramped apartment, the familiar sounds of his mother's preparation for her evening shift created a gentle symphony of domesticity. Maria Chen moved through their small space with practiced efficiency, her 3 uniforms hanging on the back of the bedroom door like flags of different nations. The crisp grey of the morning cleaning service, the soft grey of the afternoon childcare center, and the black slacks and white shirt of her evening restaurant job. The scent of jasmine tea lingered in the air, a comfort ritual she maintained despite the constant press of time and responsibility. But Marcus wasn't listening to his mother's movements tonight. His attention was fixed on the abandoned lot below, a patch of urban wasteland that stretched between their building and the next. During daylight hours, it was clearly visible as a repository of the city's forgotten things. Broken glass that caught sunlight like scattered diamonds, rusted shopping carts that had become impromptu planters for weeds, and the occasional drift of papers that told stories of lives lived and discarded. Tonight, however, the lot was transformed into a landscape of shadows and possibility, where anything might be hiding. Somewhere in that maze of debris lay his most precious possession, a small brown teddy bear named Grandmother Song. The bear had been with Marcus since birth, a gift from his paternal grandmother before her death when he was 3. But it wasn't the physical comfort of the worn fur or button eyes that made the bear irreplaceable. It was the tiny voice recorder sewn into its chest, containing the only existing recording of his grandmother's voice singing traditional lullabies in Mandarin. Songs that connected him to a heritage that felt increasingly distant in their urban American life. The bear had fallen 3 nights ago during the worst of the storm. Marcus had been showing it the rain through the open window, explaining how the water made different sounds on different surfaces. A game his grandmother had taught him through stories about listening to the world's music. A sudden gust of wind had torn the bear from his small hands, sending it tumbling down through the fire escape's metal lattice to land somewhere in the lot below. He had watched in horror as his most treasured companion disappeared into the darkness, swallowed by the urban wilderness that surrounded their building. His mother had held him as he cried that night, her own tears mixing with his as she understood the magnitude of the loss. Maria worked 3 jobs to keep them afloat in Gotham's expensive housing market, and even if she had the time to search the lot safely, the dangers were too great. During her brief reconnaissance the next morning, she had seen the glint of broken drug paraphernalia among the debris. the kind of sharp edges that could slice through shoe soles and deliver infections more dangerous than any cut. At night, the lot became a different kind of hazardous terrain, home to those whom society had forgotten and who sometimes reacted to intrusion with unpredictable desperation. So Marcus maintained his vigil, pressing his face to the glass each evening, watching for any sign of movement that might indicate someone had found his bear. His 6-year-old mind had constructed elaborate scenarios. Perhaps a kind person had discovered it and was waiting for the right moment to return it. Perhaps it had found shelter somewhere safe, protected from the rain and cold. Perhaps, if he watched long enough, faithfully enough, the bear would somehow find its way home. 3 blocks away, Batman moved through Gotham's East End with the methodical precision of a surgeon and the instinctive awareness of a predator. His patrol routes had been refined over years of experience, each path designed to maximize coverage while accounting for the subtle patterns of criminal activity that shifted like weather fronts across the city's neighborhoods. Tonight's route took him past the residential blocks where working families clustered in buildings that had seen better decades, their windows glowing with the warm light of lives lived simply but with dignity. It was during this systematic observation, a practice that had saved countless lives through early intervention, that Batman first noticed the child in the window. The figure was small and still, positioned at the glass with a consistency that spoke of purpose rather than casual observation. Batman's trained eye catalogued the details: apartment 4B, a young boy, attention fixed downward rather than outward, the posture of someone waiting rather than simply looking. Batman had learned to read the city's rhythms through such observations. Children who kept unusual schedules often signaled household disruption, abuse, neglect, or crisis. Adults who maintained predictable patterns suddenly changing those patterns could indicate criminal pressure or personal catastrophe. The city spoke to those who knew how to listen, and every broken pattern was a word in a larger narrative of human need. The child's vigil continued night after night, always at the same time, always with the same focused intensity. Batman began timing his patrol to pass the building during these sessions, studying the boy's behavior for signs of distress or danger. What he observed was not fear, but longing. The particular stillness of someone hoping for something specific to appear. On the 4th night of observation, Batman decided to investigate what held the child's attention so consistently. He dropped silently into the abandoned lot, his cape settling around him like a piece of the surrounding darkness. The terrain was treacherous, even for someone with his training. Broken glass formed silver archipelagos between pools of stagnant water, and the debris had been arranged by wind and rain into unstable configurations that could shift underfoot without warning. His forensic training served him well as he methodically searched the area, using a small UV light to distinguish between the various objects scattered throughout the space. Most were the typical detritus of urban neglect, fragments of plastic and metal that had once been recognizable objects, papers dissolved into pulp by repeated soakings, organic matter in various stages of decomposition, but nestled against the base of a partially collapsed chain-link fence, protected from the worst of the weather by an overhanging piece of corrugated metal, lay something that clearly didn't belong. The teddy bear was small and brown, its fur darkened by moisture, but still recognizably cared for despite its ordeal. One button eye had come loose, hanging by a thread like a monocle, and there were several small tears in the fabric where sharp objects had made contact during its fall. But despite its battered condition, Batman could see evidence of the love it had received. Worn patches where small hands had clutched it during sleep, a faint scent of laundry detergent beneath the smell of rain and urban decay, and something else that made him pause in his examination. Embedded in the bear's chest was a small rectangular bulge, too regular to be stuffing. Batman's careful investigation revealed a tiny digital recorder, the kind used for voice memos, sealed in plastic and sewn into the toy's interior with careful, loving stitches. The device was still functional despite its exposure to the elements, protected by both its waterproof casing and the bear's fabric shell. When Batman activated the recorder, the sound that emerged made him understand immediately why the child maintained his nightly vigil. A woman's voice, elderly and warm, sang traditional Chinese lullabies, with a particular tenderness reserved for beloved grandchildren. The melodies were simple but profound, carrying in their notes the weight of cultural continuity and personal love. Between songs, the woman spoke softly in Mandarin, words that Batman's linguistic training allowed him to partially understand. Endearments, blessings, expressions of hope for the child's future. This was more than a lost toy. This was an irreplaceable link to family heritage and love, the kind of recording that families treasure above material wealth, because it captures something that can never be replicated. Batman carefully cradled the bear, understanding now the child's desperate vigil and the mother's impossible situation. The lot was genuinely dangerous, filled with hazards that made casual retrieval impossible for civilians, especially a working mother with limited time and resources. But as Batman prepared to make his way back toward the apartment building, he noticed something that changed his understanding of the situation entirely. Fresh footprints in the mud, too large to belong to a child, led from the area where he'd found the bear to a more sheltered spot deeper in the lot. Someone else had been here recently, had seen the bear but had left it in place rather than taking it. Following the trail, Batman discovered a small camp tucked beneath an overpass, invisible from street level but offering protection from the elements and a clear view of the lot. The camp was organized with military precision, a small tarp stretched between shopping cart and concrete pillar to create a shelter, personal belongings arranged in neat categories, a small camp stove positioned for maximum efficiency and minimum visibility. This was the home of someone who understood how to live invisibly in the urban landscape, someone with training in fieldcraft and survival. More tellingly, arranged on a makeshift table created from a piece of plywood and 2 milk crates, were several small toys in various stages of repair. A doll with a reattached arm, drying after careful cleaning. A toy truck with a wheel being glued back into place. A stuffed rabbit whose torn ear had been mended with tiny, precise stitches. Each repair showed the same careful attention to detail, the same understanding that these objects represented more than mere playthings to their young owners. The camp's occupant was absent, but the evidence painted a clear picture. This was someone who had noticed the bear's fall, who had been carefully monitoring the child's vigil, and who was methodically preparing the toy for return. The repairs were nearly complete. The loose button eye had been properly reattached. The tears in the fabric had been mended with thread that closely matched the original color, and the bear had been cleaned with meticulous care. Batman settled into the shadows to wait, understanding that patience would reveal more than immediate action. The city's most vulnerable populations had learned to be wary of sudden interventions, even well-intentioned ones. Trust had to be earned through respect for autonomy and recognition of dignity, principles that his years of experience had taught him were more important than the efficiency of direct action. Near midnight, the camp's occupant returned. Samuel Rodriguez moved through the lot with the quiet confidence of someone completely familiar with the terrain. Each footstep placed with precision to avoid the hidden hazards that made the space treacherous for others. He was a man in his 50s, his clothing worn but clean, his movements showing the discipline of military training adapted to civilian circumstances. In his hands he carried a plastic bag containing what appeared to be the evening harvest from various donation bins and dumpsters. Not scraps, but usable items carefully selected and cleaned. Batman observed as Samuel settled into his evening routine, noting the systematic way the man organized his new acquisitions, the careful attention he paid to the toys awaiting repair, and most importantly, the gentle reverence with which he lifted the teddy bear to examine his work. Samuel held the toy up to the light of a small battery-powered lantern, checking each repair with the concentration of a craftsman taking pride in his work. The bear looked remarkably restored. Samuel's repairs had been so skillful that only close examination revealed the evidence of damage. The button eye was secure, the tears were nearly invisible, and the fur had been brushed and fluffed to restore its original texture as much as possible. It was clear that Samuel understood the bear's importance and had devoted considerable time and skill to its restoration. But rather than immediately returning the bear to its owner, Samuel placed it carefully in a protective plastic bag and returned it to his shelter. His hesitation wasn't about the quality of his work. It was about something deeper, more personal. Batman had seen this kind of reluctance before, usually in people who had been marginalized by society to the point where they doubted their right to positive interaction with others. Understanding that direct confrontation might cause Samuel to flee, Batman chose a different approach. He retreated to a position where he could observe without being threatening, then deliberately made enough noise to announce his presence without appearing to sneak up on the man. Samuel's reaction confirmed Batman's assessment of his military background. He moved immediately to a defensive position while simultaneously scanning for multiple threats, the kind of tactical awareness that came from combat experience. "I'm not here to cause trouble," Batman said quietly, remaining in the shadows but close enough to be heard clearly. "I've been watching the child in the window. I know you found his bear." Samuel's posture remained tense, but his voice, when he replied, was steady and dignified. "You're here about the toy." It was a statement rather than a question, delivered with the resignation of someone accustomed to being blamed for problems he hadn't created. "I'm here about the child who's been waiting for it," Batman corrected, "and about the man who's been taking care of it." The distinction seemed to surprise Samuel, who relaxed slightly while maintaining his alert posture. "Kid shouldn't have to lose something that important," he said simply. Anybody could see how much it meant to him, the way he watched for it every night. Batman stepped closer, still careful to remain non-threatening. In the lantern light, he could see Samuel more clearly, a face marked by hardship but not broken by it, eyes that held intelligence and compassion despite whatever circumstances had led him to homelessness. His military bearing was unmistakable, from the way he held himself to the precise organization of his living space. "You've done beautiful work restoring it," Batman observed, gesturing toward the bear. "That kind of skill doesn't come from nowhere." Samuel's expression shifted, showing a flash of something that might have been pride before being quickly suppressed. "Army taught me field repair. You make do with what you have, fix what you can. These toys," he gestured toward his makeshift repair station. "Kids drop them, lose them. Parents don't always have money to replace them. But if you know what you're doing, most things can be fixed. How long have you been doing this?" "Couple years now. Started when I saw a little girl crying over a broken doll. Parents were arguing about money, couldn't afford a new one. I knew how to fix it, so..." Samuel shrugged. the gesture encompassing both the simplicity and complexity of his motivation. Batman studied the other repaired toys, recognizing the quality of workmanship that went into each piece. You return them anonymously? Leave them where parents will find them, yeah. Easier that way. Samuel's voice carried a note of something that might have been shame or simply weariness, but not this one. Samuel was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the bagged bear. This one's different. Kid's been waiting so faithfully, watching every night. Deserves better than just finding it on his doorstep like magic, but he trailed off, the unfinished sentence hanging in the air between them. But you're worried about how you'll be received, Batman finished gently. The accuracy of the observation seemed to hit Samuel like a physical blow. His shoulders sagged slightly, and when he spoke again, his voice was quieter. Look at me. Look at this place. Parents see a homeless man approaching their kid. They call the police first and ask questions later. Can't blame them, they're protecting their children. But that little boy... Samuel's voice caught slightly. He reminds me of my daughter. Same age when I lost her. The personal revelation explained the extra care Samuel had taken with the bear, the way he had invested so much time and skill in its repair. This wasn't just about helping a stranger's child. It was about the child he had failed to help. The daughter whose loss had contributed to the downward spiral that led him to homelessness. Tell me about her, Batman said, settling into a position that suggested he had time to listen. Samuel looked surprised by the request, but after a moment's hesitation, he began to speak. Emma, smartest kid you ever saw, curious about everything. After I came back from deployment, I was different. PTSD, they called it. Couldn't hold a job, couldn't sleep, couldn't stop seeing things that weren't there. Her mother tried to help, but I was drowning and taking them with me. He paused, staring at his hands, started drinking to quiet the noise in my head, then pills when the drinking wasn't enough. Lost the house, lost my marriage, lost the right to see Emma. Last time I saw her was 3 years ago. She was 6, same age as the kid upstairs. Didn't even recognize me by then. The story was familiar to Batman, one of thousands of variations on the theme of veterans returning from war to find peace, an elusive goal. But Samuel's response to his circumstances, channeling his pain into service for other children, spoke to a strength of character that homelessness couldn't diminish. She'd be proud of what you're doing here, Batman said quietly. Samuel's laugh was bitter but not entirely without hope. Maybe. Or maybe she'd wonder why I couldn't fix things for her, the way I fix things for strangers' kids. Maybe she'd understand that sometimes we learn how to help others by first learning how our own help was needed. The observation seemed to strike home. Samuel looked up at Batman with an expression that suggested he was seeing him clearly for the first time. Not as a symbol or urban legend, but as someone who understood the complexities of guilt and redemption. You know something about that yourself, Samuel said. It wasn't a question. Batman nodded once. The bear needs to be returned. The child needs to see that someone cared enough to repair it properly. And you need to remember that you're still someone's father, even if you can't be Emma's father right now. Samuel was quiet for a long time, processing the implications of Batman's words. When he finally spoke, his voice was stronger. You think I should return it myself? I think that little boy has been waiting for someone to care about his bear. You've spent days caring for it. That's a story worth telling. The next morning, Marcus Chen was at his usual post by the window when the knock came at their apartment door. Maria answered it cautiously. Unexpected visitors were rare and usually brought complications they couldn't afford. Standing in the hallway was a man she didn't recognize, clean but clearly struggling with circumstances, holding a plastic bag in his hands like an offering. "Ma'am," Samuel said, his voice steady despite his nervousness, "I believe this belongs to your son." From the bag he carefully withdrew the teddy bear, fully restored and somehow more beautiful than Marcus remembered. The child's gasp of joy was audible throughout the apartment as he rushed to Samuel's side, his small hands reaching for his beloved companion. "Grandmother's song!" Marcus exclaimed, clutching the bear to his chest. "You found her." Samuel knelt to the child's level, his weathered face transformed by a smile that spoke of long-dormant happiness. "She was lost in the lot downstairs. Took some time to get her cleaned up and fixed, but she's all better now." Marcus examined the bear with the thorough attention that children bring to their most precious possessions, noting each repair with the seriousness of a museum curator. "You fixed her eye," he observed with wonder, "and her arm, and you made her fur soft again." "She's a very special bear," Samuel replied seriously. "Had to make sure she was perfect before she came home." Maria watched this exchange with growing understanding. She could see the quality of the repairs, the time and skill that had gone into the bear's restoration. This wasn't the casual help of a good Samaritan. This was the devoted work of someone who understood exactly how precious the toy was to her son. "Would you like some coffee?" she asked Samuel, surprising herself with the invitation. "It's the least I can do after what you've done for Marcus." Samuel's hesitation was brief. "If it's not too much trouble." As Maria prepared coffee in their small kitchen, she watched Samuel and Marcus through the doorway. Her son was demonstrating the bear's voice recorder, playing his grandmother's lullabies for the man who had saved them. Samuel listened with the complete attention that adults usually reserved for more important matters, asking questions about the songs and encouraging Marcus to translate the Mandarin words he knew. "My grandmother taught me that song," Marcus explained proudly. "She said it's about watching over people you love, even when you can't be with them." Samuel's expression grew thoughtful. "That's a beautiful thing to remember. Your grandmother sounds like she was very wise. Mama says she's still watching over us, even though she's in heaven now. Do you think that's true?" The question was delivered with the earnest curiosity of childhood, but Samuel treated it with the gravity it deserved. "I think people who love us never really leave us," he said carefully. "They find ways to keep helping us, even when we can't see them doing it." Maria returned with coffee and found herself drawn into the conversation. Samuel was easy to talk to despite his circumstances, intelligent, well-spoken, and clearly educated. As the morning progressed, she learned about his military service, his struggles with reintegration, and his current situation. What impressed her most was his complete lack of self-pity and his obvious genuine care for Marcus. "You have real skill with repair work," she observed, examining the bear's meticulous restoration. "Have you thought about doing it professionally?" Samuel's laugh was self-deprecating. "Hard to run a business when you don't have an address or a phone." "But not impossible," Maria said thoughtfully. "There are programs, resources, and there are a lot of parents in this building who could use someone reliable for toy repairs, small fixes, things like that." The conversation continued for another hour, touching on practical matters and possibilities neither of them had considered before. When Samuel finally prepared to leave, Marcus surprised everyone by hugging him goodbye. "Thank you for taking care of Grandmother's song," the child said seriously. "Will you come visit us again?" Samuel looked to Maria, who nodded encouragingly. "I'd like that very much," he replied. 3 months later, Batman returned to the East End, following his regular patrol route past the apartment building where a child had once maintained a desperate vigil. The window of apartment 4B still glowed with warm light, but the quality of that light had changed. Where once there had been the loneliness of waiting, there was now the contentment of security restored. Marcus Chen could occasionally be seen at his window, but no longer with the desperate attention of someone hoping for rescue. Instead, he would wave at figures moving through the lot below, figures that were no longer strangers navigating dangerous terrain, but neighbors who had been welcomed into a growing network of mutual support. Samuel Rodriguez had indeed visited again, and then again, until the visits became a regular part of the Chen family's week. Maria had helped him navigate the social services system, connecting him with veterans programs and housing assistance. More importantly, she had helped him understand that his worth wasn't diminished by his circumstances, that his skills and kindness were valuable regardless of his housing situation. The toy repair service had started informally, with Samuel fixing broken items for neighbors in exchange for small payments or meals. Word spread through the building and then to adjacent buildings, creating a microeconomy based on Samuel's mechanical skills and growing reputation for reliability. Within 2 months, he had steady enough income to afford a small efficiency apartment 6 blocks away. But the real transformation was more subtle and profound. Samuel had rediscovered his sense of purpose, remembered that he was capable of providing care and protection. The military precision he brought to toy repair expanded to include watching over the neighborhood children during their walks to and from school. Parents began to recognize him as a protector rather than a threat, and children would wave enthusiastically when they saw him at his self-appointed posts. The abandoned lot itself had been transformed by Samuel's presence. Working with building maintenance and some of the more civic-minded residents, he had organized cleanup efforts that removed the most dangerous debris and created safe pathways. What had once been a no-man's land became a passage, watched over by someone who understood both its dangers and its possibilities. Batman observed these changes with the satisfaction of someone who had chosen exactly the right moment to step back and allow others to step forward. Samuel's network of protection was more sustainable than any intervention Batman could have provided, because it was built on relationships and community investment rather than external rescue. The bear, of course, had resumed its place of honor in Marcus's bedroom, but its significance had evolved. Where once it had been his only connection to his grandmother's love, it now represented something larger, the understanding that there were adults in the world who would take care of precious things, who could be trusted to repair what was broken and return what was lost. Marcus had begun to demonstrate some of Samuel's repair techniques on his own toys, learning the careful attention and patience required to fix rather than discard. More significantly, he had developed the habit of looking out for other children who seemed sad or lost, offering the kind of attention and compassion that had saved his own most treasured possession. The ripple effects continued to spread. Mrs. Chen had started an informal childcare network among the building's working parents, using the connections Samuel had helped facilitate between families. The efficiency apartment Samuel now occupied had become an unofficial community resource center, where neighbors could bring items for repair, children could find someone to help with homework, and adults could access information about social services and employment opportunities. Batman's final observation, before moving on to other areas of his patrol, was of Samuel himself, visible through the window of his new apartment. The former soldier was working at a desk illuminated by a good lamp, carefully repairing what appeared to be a music box for a child client. His movements showed the same methodical precision Batman had observed in the abandoned lot. but his posture spoke of renewed confidence and purpose. On the wall above Samuel's desk, Batman could see several photographs, including one of a young girl who could only be Emma, Samuel's daughter. The photo was positioned where Samuel could see it while he worked, a reminder of the child he hoped someday to help directly, but also of all the children he was helping now. The transformation was complete, but ongoing. What had begun as a simple retrieval of a lost toy had become a network of care and protection that would continue growing, strengthening, and adapting to meet new needs as they arose. Samuel had remembered that everyone has something valuable to offer, that dignity comes not from circumstances, but from the choice to use whatever abilities one possesses in service of others. Batman moved on through the night, carrying with him the understanding that his greatest victories often came not from dramatic confrontations with evil, but from the quiet amplification of existing good. In a city where darkness seemed to dominate the headlines, small acts of preservation and care created islands of light that pushed back against the shadows. The teddy bear named Grandmother Song continued to sing its lullabies each night, but now those melodies were joined by the larger song of community, neighbors watching over neighbors, strangers becoming friends, and broken things being patiently, lovingly repaired by hands that understood the value of what others might discard. In apartment 4B, Marcus Chen fell asleep each night with his restored bear, listening to his grandmother's voice sing songs about watching over those we love. 6 blocks away, Samuel Rodriguez worked late into the evening, repairing the precious things that children and parents brought to him, each fix a small act of preservation that honored the memory of his own daughter while protecting the joy of others. And somewhere in the space between these 2 points, the invisible threads of community connection grew stronger, creating a safety net woven from small kindnesses and sustained by the understanding that everyone deserves to have their most precious things treated with care. The rain continued to fall on Gotham's East End, but now it fell on a neighborhood where fewer children waited alone at windows, where broken things found their way to skilled hands for healing, and where the patient work of restoration created hope that tomorrow might be gentler than today. While Samuel Rodriguez rebuilt his life through the meticulous repair of children's treasures, another guardian tended to different seeds of hope across the city. On the rooftops of Gotham's institutional buildings, where the sick and elderly spent their days watching the sky through reinforced windows, an elaborate garden bloomed in careful sequence, a living calendar designed to mark time and seasons for those who could no longer venture into the world. But when construction damage threatens to destroy this botanical miracle, Batman discovers that some forms of medicine cannot be purchased in any pharmacy, and the most vital gardens are those that grow not from soil, but from compassion. Join us for Rooftop Garden Rescue. The pre-dawn hour in Gotham possessed a quality of silence that belonged neither to night nor day, a suspended moment when the city held its breath between the closing of one chapter and the opening of another. In this liminal time, when most of the world still lay wrapped in sleep, Mrs. Eleanor Liu made her daily pilgrimage to the rooftop of her weathered apartment building, carrying with her the tools and rituals that had defined her mornings for the past 3 years. The building's elevator, installed sometime in the 1970s and maintained with the grudging efficiency that characterized most of Gotham's older residential structures, wheezed its way to the 6th floor, with mechanical complaints that had become as familiar to Mrs. Liu as her own heartbeat. From there, a narrow staircase led to the roof access, its metal steps worn smooth by her daily passage and painted in the institutional green that seemed to be the default color for forgotten spaces throughout the city. The rooftop itself was unremarkable by most standards, a flat expanse of tar and gravel, bordered by a low parapet wall, broken by the geometric protrusions of air conditioning units and ventilation systems that hummed their various mechanical songs into the morning air. But in the northeast corner, sheltered from the worst of Gotham's weather by a strategic arrangement of wind barriers, and protected from casual interference by its very ordinariness, lay something extraordinary. A garden that existed not merely as a collection of plants, but as a living work of art designed with the precision of a master composer and the compassion of a devoted caregiver. Mrs. Liu moved through her morning routine with the methodical grace of someone who had refined each gesture through countless repetitions, each action serving multiple purposes in the complex choreography of urban gardening. A feeble knock sounded. The watering schedule alone required the organizational skills of a military logistics coordinator. Different plants required different amounts of moisture at different times of day, and the rooftop's exposure to wind and sun created microclimates that changed throughout the seasons. But this morning, as Mrs. Liu began her careful inspection of each plant, she was simultaneously tending to more than vegetation. 6 blocks away, the windows of Riverside Hospice caught the first rays of sunlight, and behind those windows, patients who had been awake since 4 o'clock were beginning their own daily ritual. The observation of Mrs. Liu's garden as it moved through its carefully orchestrated display of seasonal beauty. The garden had not been created randomly or according to mere aesthetic preferences. Every plant had been chosen for its specific blooming period, its visual impact at distance, and its symbolic meaning in the cultural traditions that provided comfort to the hospice's diverse patient population. The spring section, now preparing for its autumn dormancy, featured bulbs that had provided hope during the darkest months of winter, crocuses that pushed through snow to announce winter's end, followed by daffodils whose yellow trumpets proclaimed the possibility of renewal, then tulips in carefully selected colors that created patterns visible from the hospice windows 6 blocks away. Summer's display had been more complex, featuring perennials that bloomed in sequence to ensure continuous color and change. The roses climbed trellises positioned to catch morning light, their progression from bud to full bloom to hip, providing a visual calendar that helped patients track the passage of time when their own days had begun to blur together in the endless routine of institutional care. Lavender provided not just visual beauty, but fragrance that carried on the wind, offering sensory richness to those whose world had been reduced to the sterile environment of medical necessity. Now, as autumn approached, the garden was transitioning to its most poignant phase. Chrysanthemums in shades of gold and burgundy were beginning their display, chosen specifically because their peak blooming period coincided with the season when many hospice patients experienced their deepest need for beauty and connection to the natural world. Behind them, ornamental kale and flowering cabbage provided texture and color that would persist even as temperatures dropped, ensuring that the garden would continue offering visual comfort well into winter. Mrs. Liu spoke softly to her plants as she worked, a habit that might have seemed eccentric to observers, but served important practical and emotional purposes. The sound of her voice helped her notice changes in the garden's acoustics that might indicate problems with plant health or environmental conditions. More importantly, the gentle monologue helped her process her own complex emotions about the garden's purpose and the losses that had inspired its creation. 3 years earlier, Mrs. Liu's husband of 42 years had spent his final months in Riverside Hospice, and it was during those long days of sitting beside his bed, that she had first noticed how desperately the patients craved visual connection to the world beyond their windows. The hospice was well run and compassionate, but its institutional design prioritized efficiency and cleanliness over beauty and sensory richness. The view from most patient rooms consisted of urban landscape, buildings, parking lots, streets filled with traffic that represented a life the patients could no longer participate in. But from the east-facing windows on the third and fourth floors, there was a clear view of Mrs. Liu's rooftop, and she had begun to notice how often patients' eyes turned toward that space during their waking hours. Her husband had been among them, spending increasing amounts of time gazing toward the empty rooftop, as if waiting for something to appear there. In his final weeks, when speech had become difficult and his world had contracted to the boundaries of his bed, that vacant space had seemed to represent all the life and growth he was being forced to leave behind. The garden had begun as grief transformed into action. Mrs. Liu had approached the building management about using the unused rooftop space, navigating bureaucracy and insurance concerns with the patient determination of someone who understood that this project represented more than personal healing. The initial plantings had been modest, containers of flowers positioned where they would be most visible from the hospice windows, chosen for maximum visual impact and minimal maintenance requirements. But as Mrs. Liu observed the garden's effect on the hospice patients, the way their faces changed when something new bloomed, the animated conversations she could see through the windows as they pointed out changes and developments, she began to understand that she had created something with therapeutic value that went far beyond simple decoration. The garden was providing these patients with what medical care could not: a sense of connection to natural cycles, a visual anchor for hope, and most importantly, a living demonstration that beauty and growth could coexist with endings and loss. The expansion of the garden had been gradual but purposeful, each new section planned with the same care that architects brought to designing healing spaces. Mrs. Liu had educated herself in horticultural therapy, learning how different colors and growth patterns affected mood and cognition. She had studied the view angles from various hospice windows, ensuring that patients with different mobility levels could participate in the garden's ongoing narrative. She had even consulted with hospice staff about the specific needs and preferences of their patient population, tailoring plant selections to provide maximum comfort and interest. The result was a garden that functioned as a complex, ever-changing artwork designed specifically for its audience. Patients who could no longer control most aspects of their daily experience could participate in the garden's seasonal drama, noting the emergence of new buds, tracking the progress of climbing vines, and anticipating the arrival of plants they had grown to love through previous years' displays. For many, the garden provided structure for days that might otherwise blur together in pharmaceutical haze and medical routine. Kevin Walsh, a hospice patient in his 70s who had been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer 6 months earlier, had become the garden's most devoted observer and unofficial chronicler. His bedside table was covered with watercolor supplies, and he spent his alert hours creating detailed studies of the garden's changing moods and seasonal progressions. His paintings had evolved from simple flower portraits to complex compositions that captured not just the garden's appearance, but its emotional impact. The way morning light transformed the climbing roses into something ethereal, the dramatic shadows that afternoon sun cast through the trellis structures, the subtle color harmonies that Mrs. Liu had orchestrated to provide comfort during difficult seasons. But Kevin's documentation served purposes beyond personal artistic expression. His paintings had become a communication system between the garden and its audience, shared with other patients and displayed in common areas where they sparked conversations and connections between people who might otherwise remain isolated in their individual experiences of illness and decline. The paintings also served as a record of the garden's evolution, capturing moments of particular beauty that might otherwise be lost to memory and time. Other patients had developed their own relationships with the garden, each finding different aspects that resonated with their personal needs and cultural backgrounds. Mrs. Chen, who was receiving treatment for advanced lung disease, had named individual plants and created elaborate backstories for their relationships, turning the garden into a continuing soap opera that entertained both herself and the other patients who gathered around her wheelchair during visiting hours. Mr. Rodriguez, whose Alzheimer's disease had made recent memories difficult to access, found that the garden's seasonal rhythms helped anchor him in time, providing reliable markers that helped him understand where he was in the year's progression. The garden's impact extended beyond individual patients to the staff and family members who spent time in the hospice. Nurses reported that patients with garden views required less anxiety medication and seemed to experience less of the depression that often accompanied terminal diagnosis. Family members found that the garden provided a neutral topic for conversation during visits that might otherwise be dominated by medical updates and difficult emotions. The garden had become a shared language of hope and beauty that helped bridge the gap between the world of the living and the world of those preparing to die. This morning, however, as Mrs. Liu moved through her watering routine, she noticed something that made her pause in concern. The automatic irrigation system that supplemented her hand watering had failed during the night, leaving several sections of the garden stressed and wilted despite the cool morning air. The system had been installed 2 years earlier when the garden's expansion had made manual watering alone insufficient, and its failure now threatened not just the plant's immediate health, but the carefully timed blooming schedule that was so important to the hospice patient's experience. Mrs. Liu's inspection revealed that the problem was more serious than a simple clog or timer malfunction. Construction work on an adjacent building had apparently damaged the water main that fed the building's plumbing system, reducing water pressure throughout the structure and making the rooftop irrigation system inoperable. A notice posted in the building's lobby informed residents that repairs were scheduled to begin within the week, but that normal water pressure might not be restored for several days. For most residents, this was an inconvenience that could be managed with bottled water and adjusted routines. For Mrs. Liu's garden, it was a crisis that threatened 3 years of careful cultivation and, more importantly, the comfort and hope that the garden provided to its distant audience. The autumn blooming season was just beginning. Chrysanthemums were approaching their peak display period, and several climbing plants were producing their most dramatic seasonal colors. This was also the time of year when hospice patients most needed the garden's promise of continued beauty and natural cycles, as shorter days and colder weather made their isolation more acute. Mrs. Liu spent the morning carrying water from her apartment in whatever containers she could find. Buckets, pitchers, even large cooking pots pressed into service as makeshift watering cans. The labor was exhausting for a woman in her 70s, and despite her best efforts, she could provide only a fraction of the water the garden needed to thrive. By afternoon, she could see the effects of the water shortage in the drooping leaves and stressed appearance of plants that had been thriving just days before. But the garden's distress was not going unnoticed. 6 blocks away in Riverside Hospice, patients who had spent years following the garden's progress were beginning to realize that something was wrong. Kevin Walsh, whose daily painting routine had made him acutely sensitive to changes in the garden's appearance, was the first to notice the subtle signs of stress that indicated problems with the plant's care. "The roses look different today," he mentioned to his nurse during morning medication rounds. "Less lively, somehow." And Mrs. Liu was there much longer than usual. The nurse, who had come to appreciate how important the garden observations were to her patients' daily routines, made a note to check with other patients about their observations. By afternoon, a consensus had emerged among the garden's regular observers. Something was wrong with their distant source of comfort and hope, and the woman who had created it might need help. The concern spread through the hospice's informal communication networks, the conversations that happened during meal times, the sharing of observations during physical therapy sessions, the worried discussions that took place when family members visited. For patients whose world had been reduced to medical necessity and institutional routine, the potential loss of the garden represented a threat to one of their few remaining sources of joy and connection to life beyond their illness. It was this wave of patient distress that first brought the garden's crisis to Batman's attention. Riverside Hospice, like all of Gotham's medical facilities, was included in his regular patrol monitoring, and an unusual increase in patient anxiety and agitation triggered his investigative protocols. Initial inquiries suggested no obvious cause. No security breaches, no medication issues, no staffing problems that might explain the sudden change in patient behavior. But Batman's years of experience had taught him that seemingly minor changes in community mood often indicated larger problems that required investigation. His systematic approach to understanding the situation began with conversations with hospice staff, who eventually mentioned the patient's concern about the garden lady and their fears that something might be wrong with the rooftop display they had come to depend on for daily comfort. This led Batman to his own observation of Mrs. Liu's garden, which he approached with the same analytical precision he brought to crime scenes. From various vantage points throughout the surrounding neighborhood, he studied the garden's design and condition, noting both its sophisticated planning and the recent signs of stress that had triggered the hospice patient's concern. Batman's investigation revealed the scope and significance of what Mrs. Liu had created. This was not simply a hobbyist's collection of plants, but a carefully designed therapeutic environment that served a vulnerable population with needs that conventional medical care could not address. The garden's seasonal progression had been planned with the precision of a botanical calendar, each plant chosen and positioned to provide maximum benefit to observers who depended on it for emotional and psychological support. The current crisis was clear. Construction damage to the building's water system was threatening to destroy years of careful cultivation during the season when the garden's benefits were most needed by its audience. Mrs. Liu's attempts to maintain the garden through manual watering were heroic but insufficient, and without intervention, the garden would not survive the week. But Batman's analysis also revealed something more complex and inspiring. Mrs. Liu had created a form of medicine that worked not through chemistry or technology, but through beauty and connection. Her garden provided what hospitals and hospices struggled to offer: a sense of participation in life's ongoing cycles, a visual anchor for hope, and a demonstration that care and attention could create something beautiful, even in difficult circumstances. The technical challenges of restoring the garden's water supply were well within Batman's capabilities, but the project's significance demanded more than simple repair work. This was an opportunity to strengthen and expand something genuinely beneficial, to take Mrs. Liu's vision and give it the resources and infrastructure it needed to serve even more people in similar need. That night, as Mrs. Liu slept fitfully, worried about her garden's future and the disappointment of the hospice patients who depended on it, Batman began the careful work of not just restoring, but improving the systems that kept the garden thriving. Working in the darkness that provided both cover and symbolism for his intervention, he approached the rooftop with the reverence appropriate for a sacred space. The garden in moonlight was a different creation than its daytime self, its forms reduced to essential shapes and shadows that revealed the underlying architecture of Mrs. Liu's design. Batman could see how she had used height color, and texture to create visual interest that would be apparent from the hospice windows. How she had planned sight lines and focal points that would draw attention and provide anchors for contemplation. His repair of the irrigation system began with the damaged water main, where construction work had indeed compromised the building's supply line. But rather than simply restoring the original configuration, Batman engineered improvements that would make the system more reliable and efficient. New supply lines were routed to avoid future construction interference, and the distribution network was redesigned to provide more precise control over water delivery to different sections of the garden. The irrigation system itself was upgraded with silent components that would not disturb the building's residents or the garden's contemplative atmosphere. Drip irrigation lines were installed to provide more efficient water usage and better plant health, while a sophisticated timer system was programmed to account for seasonal changes, weather conditions, and the specific needs of different plant varieties. But Batman's work extended beyond simple infrastructure repair. Understanding that Mrs. Liu's garden was limited by the natural growing conditions of an urban rooftop, he installed supplementary systems that would extend its capabilities and improve its reliability. Grow lights powered by solar panels and battery systems that would operate silently and invisibly were positioned to extend blooming seasons and provide supplemental illumination during Gotham's darkest months. Weather protection systems were integrated into the garden's design, providing shelter from winter storms and wind protection that would allow more delicate plants to thrive in the rooftop environment. The systems were designed to operate automatically, responding to weather conditions without requiring Mrs. Liu's intervention. But they were also subtle enough not to interfere with the garden's aesthetic appeal or its visibility from the hospice windows. Most importantly, Batman left behind detailed documentation that would help Mrs. Liu understand and maintain the new systems, but also expand the garden's reach and impact. His research had identified other institutional buildings throughout Gotham where similar gardens could provide therapeutic benefits: hospitals, nursing homes, rehabilitation centers, and assisted living facilities whose residents could benefit from the same kind of visual connection to natural beauty and seasonal cycles. The documentation included architectural surveys of suitable rooftop locations, recommendations for plant selections that would thrive in different microclimates, and contacts within the Wayne Foundation's Community Health Initiative who could provide funding and ongoing support for garden expansion. But most importantly, it included a detailed analysis of what made Mrs. Liu's garden therapeutically effective, information that could guide the creation of similar projects throughout the city. Batman's work continued through the night, each task completed with the precision and care that the garden's significance demanded. As dawn approached, he made final adjustments to the new systems and prepared the detailed notes that would help Mrs. Liu understand what had been done and why. The garden would not just survive the current crisis, it would be better equipped to thrive and serve its important purpose for years to come. When Mrs. Liu arrived for her morning routine, she found her garden transformed. The plants that had been drooping with stress the day before were now properly hydrated and beginning to recover their vitality. The irrigation system that had failed was not only functional, but clearly improved, with new components that promised more reliable operation and better plant care. But it was the detailed notebooks left beside her watering equipment that truly revealed the scope of what had occurred during the night. Page after page of careful documentation explained the new systems, their operation and maintenance requirements, and their potential for expansion to other locations. Technical diagrams were accompanied by photographs showing optimal installation techniques, and plant care schedules had been updated to account for the improved growing conditions the new systems would provide. Most moving of all was a section devoted to the garden's therapeutic impact and its potential for replication. The anonymous benefactor had clearly studied and appreciated not just the garden's horticultural aspects, but its deeper purpose as a source of comfort and hope for people facing their most difficult circumstances. The documentation included research into horticultural therapy, case studies of similar projects, and specific recommendations for adapting the garden model to serve different patient populations and institutional needs. Mrs. Liu spent the morning exploring the improvements and studying the documentation, her amazement growing as she realized the scope of what had been accomplished. This was not charity but partnership. Someone had recognized the value of her work and provided the resources and knowledge needed to expand its impact far beyond what she could have achieved alone. The garden's recovery was rapid and dramatic. Within days, the improved irrigation and environmental control systems had restored the plants to peak health, and the approaching autumn display promised to be the most spectacular in the garden's 3-year history. But more importantly, Mrs. Liu began to understand the possibilities that the new documentation and resources offered for sharing her vision with others. Her first expansion project was modest but significant, a collaboration with Riverside Hospice to create a small companion garden on the building's own rooftop, designed specifically for patients who were mobile enough to visit it in person. Working with hospice staff and drawing on the technical resources provided in Batman's documentation, Mrs. Liu created a space where patients could not only observe natural beauty, but participate in its creation and maintenance. The success of this initial expansion led to other opportunities. Nursing homes throughout Gotham's medical district began reaching out for consultation on their own therapeutic garden projects. The Wayne Foundation's Community Health Initiative provided funding and technical support, but it was Mrs. Liu's expertise and passion that guided each project's development. Within 6 months, a network of therapeutic gardens had begun to flourish throughout Gotham's institutional healthcare facilities. Each garden was tailored to its specific location and patient population, but all shared the essential elements that made Mrs. Liu's original creation so effective. Careful attention to visual impact, seasonal programming that provided structure and anticipation, and the understanding that beauty itself could be a form of medicine. Kevin Walsh, the hospice patient whose watercolor documentation had helped identify the original garden's crisis, became an unexpected advocate for the expansion program. His paintings of Mrs. Liu's garden had evolved into a traveling exhibition that visited hospitals and care facilities throughout the region, sharing both the visual beauty of therapeutic gardens and their deeper significance for people facing serious illness. But perhaps the most significant development was the training program that Mrs. Liu established for other volunteers interested in creating therapeutic gardens. Working with horticultural therapy professionals and drawing on the technical resources Batman had provided, she developed a curriculum that taught both the practical skills needed for urban rooftop gardening and the therapeutic principles that made such gardens effective. The program attracted volunteers from throughout Gotham, retirees looking for meaningful ways to serve their community, family members who had watched loved ones struggle with serious illness, healthcare workers who understood the limitations of purely medical approaches to healing. Each brought their own skills and perspectives to the work, but all shared Mrs. Liu's understanding that gardens could provide forms of comfort and hope that could not be purchased in any pharmacy. Batman observed these developments with satisfaction, understanding that his intervention had achieved something more valuable than simple problem-solving. By recognizing and supporting Mrs. Liu's vision, he had helped create a sustainable network of care that would continue growing and adapting to meet new needs long after his direct involvement ended. The original garden continued to serve its founding purpose, providing daily comfort and beauty to hospice patients who had come to depend on its seasonal rhythms. But it had also become something larger, a demonstration of how individual compassion, given appropriate resources and support, could create healing opportunities that complemented and enhanced traditional medical care. Mrs. Liu's morning routine remained essentially unchanged, but its context had been transformed. As she moved through her careful inspection and maintenance of the plants, she was no longer working alone, but as part of a network of gardeners and volunteers who shared her understanding of beauty's therapeutic power. The rooftop that had once been simply a personal space had become a classroom, a demonstration site, and a symbol of how small acts of caring could grow into movements that change lives. The garden's impact continued to ripple outward in ways that surprised even its creator. Medical professionals began incorporating garden observation into treatment plans, recognizing that patients with access to natural beauty required less pain medication and showed improved emotional resilience. Families found that therapeutic gardens provided neutral spaces for difficult conversations, places where the beauty of the surroundings helped soften the harsh realities of medical diagnosis and prognosis. Most importantly, the gardens provided what institutional healthcare often struggled to offer: recognition that people facing serious illness remained complete human beings with needs that extended far beyond medical treatment. The gardens acknowledged patients' continuing connection to beauty, growth, and hope, providing daily reminders that life contained more than suffering and loss. As autumn deepened and Mrs. Liu's original garden reached its peak seasonal display, she would sometimes pause in her morning routine to look toward Riverside Hospice, knowing that behind those windows, people were beginning their day with observations of her work. The knowledge that her plants provided comfort to people she had never met filled her with a sense of purpose that had transformed her own experience of grief and loss. The garden had begun as one woman's response to her husband's final weeks, a way of ensuring that others facing similar circumstances might find more beauty and hope in their daily experience. It had evolved into something larger, a network of care that recognized beauty as medicine, gardening as therapy, and individual compassion as the seed from which community healing could grow. Kevin Walsh, who had documented the garden's development through hundreds of watercolor studies, captured this evolution in a painting that became the signature image for the Therapeutic Garden program. The work showed Mrs. Liu's rooftop in full autumn glory, but the perspective revealed the network of similar gardens that now flourished throughout the city, each connected to the others by invisible threads of shared purpose and mutual support. In the painting's foreground, barely visible but unmistakably present, was the silhouette of a figure who had helped make the expansion possible, not through direct action, but through recognition of existing goodness and provision of resources needed to amplify its impact. Batman remained a shadow in Kevin's work as he preferred, but his presence acknowledged the truth that significant change often required both individual vision and community support. The painting hung in Riverside Hospice's main corridor, where patients, families, and staff could see it during their daily routines, but copies had been made for other locations throughout the Therapeutic Garden network, serving as reminders of how small acts of caring could grow into movements that changed entire communities. Mrs. Liu's garden continued to bloom through its carefully planned seasonal cycles, each plant chosen and positioned to provide maximum comfort to observers who depended on it for hope and beauty. But it was no longer a single garden serving a single purpose. It had become the mother garden of a network that brought healing beauty to thousands of people throughout Gotham who needed reminders that life contained more than suffering, that care and attention could create something beautiful even in the most difficult circumstances, and that individual acts of compassion, when given appropriate support and resources, could grow into community-wide networks of healing and hope. While Mrs. Liu's gardens brought healing beauty to those confined by illness, other forms of invisible suffering required different interventions. On Gotham's bridges, where despair sometimes drove people to consider ultimate escape from their pain, another quiet guardian had been placing small messages of hope in strategic locations. Messages that connected those in crisis to survivors who understood their darkness and could guide them toward light. But when bureaucracy threatened to dismantle this life-saving network, Batman discovered that sometimes the most important battles are fought not against criminals, but against systems that fail to recognize the heroism of those who save lives, one conversation at a time. Join us for The Bridge Jumper. The hours between 2 and 4 in the morning possessed a particular quality in Gotham City, a weight of silence that seemed to press down on the urban landscape like a physical presence. It was during these hours that the city's various rhythms reached their lowest ebb. Traffic reduced to the occasional taxi or delivery truck, most windows dark except for the scattered few that glowed with insomnia or shift work, and the ambient noise of metropolitan life diminished to a whisper that allowed smaller sounds to emerge from the urban symphony's background. Batman had long ago learned to read these quiet hours like a text written in shadows and silence. His patrol routes had been refined through years of experience to account for the subtle patterns that emerged when most of the city slept. The way certain locations became focal points for the kinds of human crisis that preferred darkness and solitude. Gotham's 7 major bridges, spanning the various waterways that divided the city into its distinct neighborhoods and boroughs, were among the places that demanded the most careful attention during these vulnerable hours. The statistics lived in Batman's mind with the persistent weight of professional responsibility. Suicide attempts peaked between midnight and dawn, with the highest concentration occurring in the pre-dawn hours, when hope traditionally reached its lowest ebb. Weather patterns affected the numbers. Storms and fog created atmospheric conditions that seemed to amplify despair, while clear nights offered visibility that sometimes provided just enough connection to the world's beauty to tip the balance toward survival. Seasonal changes mattered too, with the approaching winter months bringing increased risk as daylight hours shortened and the promise of warmth and renewal seemed impossibly distant. Tonight's patrol had taken Batman along his usual route through the bridge network, each crossing offering its own tactical challenges and strategic considerations. The Riverside Bridge, with its pedestrian walkways and multiple access points, required different observation techniques than the narrow, industrial Morrison Bridge, or the elegant but isolated Cathedral Bridge that connected Gotham's historic district to the newer commercial developments across the harbor. The Riverside Bridge had always been the most problematic from a prevention standpoint. Its Art Deco design, dating from the 1930s, included decorative elements that created multiple opportunities for someone determined to harm themselves, while its pedestrian areas provided enough privacy for crisis to develop without immediate detection. The bridge's height and the swift current of the river below made it particularly attractive to those whose despair had reached the point where dramatic action seemed like the only available option. It was at 2:17 a.m., as Batman made his systematic approach to the bridge's eastern pedestrian walkway, that he noticed the figure moving with purposeful determination along the span's northern edge. The person, a woman, he determined as he drew closer, was not displaying the hesitant, conflicted behavior typical of someone contemplating suicide. Instead, she moved with the focused efficiency of someone completing a familiar task, carrying what appeared to be a tool bag and pausing at specific intervals to work at something near the bridge's support structures. Batman's initial assessment protocols immediately classified this as a potential threat situation. Gotham's bridges were frequent targets for various criminal activities: drug drops, weapons caches, explosive devices planted by terrorists or organized crime groups seeking to disrupt the city's transportation networks. The systematic nature of the woman's work, combined with the vulnerable hour and isolated location, triggered every investigative instinct Batman had developed over years of protecting the city from those who would harm it. He wanted information, proof of her LSD, and any mention of the woman's work would surely go to him. Moving with the silent precision that had become second nature, Batman approached the woman's position from an angle that would allow him to observe her activities without immediately revealing his presence. What he discovered challenged his initial assumptions in ways that required a complete recalibration of his understanding of the situation. The woman was indeed working systematically along the bridge's structure, but instead of planting devices or conducting surveillance for criminal purposes, she was installing small, nearly invisible plaques at strategic locations. Each plaque was roughly the size of a business card, made from what appeared to be weather-resistant material, and positioned where it would be visible to someone standing at the bridge's edge, but not obvious to casual pedestrian traffic. Batman's enhanced vision allowed him to read the text on the plaques as the woman worked. The messages were brief but carefully crafted. "Your story isn't over," read one. "Someone is waiting for your call," said another. Each plaque included a phone number, different numbers for different plaques, but all with the same Gotham area code that suggested local, personal connections rather than institutional crisis hotlines. The woman herself appeared to be in her 50s, with the kind of practical demeanor that suggested professional competence and personal resilience. Her clothing was weather appropriate but not expensive, chosen for function rather than appearance. Her movements as she worked showed familiarity with the bridge's structure and the specific challenges of installing small objects in locations where they would be secure but not immediately obvious to maintenance crews or vandals. Batman remained in observation mode, understanding that his initial threat assessment had been incorrect, but uncertain about the true nature of what he was witnessing. The woman's behavior was clearly intentional and systematic, but it was equally clear that her intentions were benevolent rather than harmful. The messages on the plaques suggested suicide prevention rather than any form of criminal activity. But their unauthorized installation on city property made the situation complex from a legal standpoint. It was only when the woman completed her work and began to pack her tools that Batman chose to reveal his presence, stepping from the shadows in a way that would be visible but not startling. The woman looked up at his approach with an expression that showed no surprise at his appearance, as if she had been expecting this encounter. "I wondered when you'd come," she said, her voice carrying the kind of calm authority that suggested experience with difficult conversations. "You have a reputation for noticing patterns, and I figured 3 years of this work would eventually catch your attention." Batman studied her face, noting the intelligence in her eyes and the absence of fear or defensiveness that might have indicated criminal intent. "You've been doing this for 3 years, he said, making it a statement rather than a question. "Every week, sometimes twice a week during the hard months," she confirmed. "Diane Morrison, city sanitation worker, day shift. Grief counselor, night shift." She gestured toward the plaques she had been installing. Though I suppose grief counselor isn't quite accurate, more like hope in store. The introduction provided context that began to explain the systematic nature of her work. City employees would have the kind of familiarity with municipal infrastructure that would make plaque installation feasible, while experience in sanitation would provide insight into the less visible aspects of urban life that most citizens preferred not to acknowledge. The phone numbers, Batman observed, noting the different numbers on different plaques. Connect to people like me, Diane said simply. People who've been where the callers are, who understand what it feels like when the pain gets so bad that ending everything seems like the only option. Professional counselors are good, but sometimes what someone needs is to talk to someone who's been in that exact place and found a way through. Batman's understanding of the situation crystallized as Diane explained her work. This was not amateur intervention or misguided charity, but a sophisticated peer support network operating outside official channels, because official channels often failed to provide the specific kind of help that people in acute crisis needed most. You said 3 years, Batman prompted, inviting her to explain the origins of her work. Diane's expression shifted, showing the particular kind of pain that came from personal loss transformed into purposeful action. My son Michael took his own life 3 years ago, jumped from the cathedral bridge on a Tuesday night in October. He was 24, smart, funny, had everything to live for from the outside looking in. But depression doesn't care about your potential or how much people love you. She paused, looking out over the water that flowed dark and swift beneath the bridge. After the funeral, after the grief counseling and the support groups and all the well-meaning advice about healing and moving forward, I started researching. I wanted to understand what had happened, what I'd missed, what might have made a difference. Batman waited, understanding that this story needed to be told at its own pace. What I found was that Michael had been researching methods for months before he died. He'd visited all the bridges, timed the security patrols, studied the water currents and impact statistics. He'd planned it like a military operation, but he'd also been reaching out. Online forums, chat rooms, crisis hotlines. He'd tried to get help. Diane's voice carried the weight of hard-won knowledge. But here's what I learned. The help he found wasn't the help he needed. The crisis hotlines connected him to well-trained professionals who could assess his risk level and provide appropriate referrals. The online forums connected him to other people struggling with similar thoughts, but they were all struggling together without anyone who had found a way through to guide them. What he needed was someone who had been exactly where he was and could tell him from personal experience that there was a way forward. The logic behind Diane's network became clear as she continued her explanation. Professional crisis intervention was designed around clinical assessment and institutional response protocols, but it often failed to address the fundamental isolation that drove people towards suicide. The sense that no one could understand their specific experience, that their pain was unique and insurmountable, that they were alone in their struggle against despair. So I started making myself available, Diane continued. Put together a network of people who had survived their own attempts, who had found ways through their darkest periods, who could offer the kind of hope that only comes from lived experience. We take shifts answering the phones, and we all have different stories, different paths through the darkness. Batman's respect for Diane's work grew as he understood its sophistication. This was not impulsive emotional response to personal tragedy, but a carefully planned and implemented intervention system based on genuine understanding of gaps in existing services. How many? He asked. 17 confirmed saves over 3 years, Diane replied without hesitation. People who called the numbers on the plaques, talked to one of us, and chose to step back from whatever edge they were standing on. Some needed just one conversation, some needed ongoing support for months. But they're all still alive, and most of them are doing better than surviving. They're building lives worth living. The numbers represented a significant intervention success rate, especially considering that these were people who had progressed to the point of being physically present at a suicide location. But Batman also understood the challenges that made Diane's work increasingly difficult. The city keeps removing the plaques, he observed. Diane's laugh held more frustration than humor. Every week, sometimes twice a week, maintenance crews, anti-graffiti units, bridge inspectors, they all see unauthorized installations and remove them as a matter of policy. I've tried going through official channels, requesting permission, explaining what the plaques are for, but bureaucracy moves slowly, and people in crisis don't wait for permits to be approved. The systemic problem was clear. Effective crisis intervention required immediate availability and personal connection, but institutional responses prioritized procedure and liability management over rapid deployment of help. Diane's network provided what people needed, but its effectiveness was being undermined by the very systems it was trying to supplement. There's also the legal issue, Diane continued. The city's liability concerns about unauthorized installations, the police department's concerns about encouraging vigilante intervention in crisis situations. Everyone wants to help, but everyone also wants to protect themselves from lawsuits if something goes wrong. Batman understood the bureaucratic challenges, but he also understood something that the various institutional stakeholders seemed to miss. Diane's network was achieving results that justified supporting rather than shuttering. 17 lives saved over 3 years represented not just individual tragedies prevented, but families preserved, communities strengthened, and a model of peer support that could be scaled to help many more people. "Show me the rest of the network," Batman said. Over the next hour, Diane led Batman through a tour of her operation that revealed its true scope and sophistication. The phone numbers on the plaques connected to a rotating schedule of volunteers who took shifts providing crisis intervention from their homes, each equipped with protocols for assessment, de-escalation, and appropriate referral when professional intervention was needed. The volunteers were all suicide attempt survivors who had undergone training in peer counseling techniques, but their real qualification was lived experience of the specific kind of despair that drove people to consider ending their lives. Each brought their own story and their own path through darkness, providing callers with multiple perspectives and approaches to finding hope. Diane's apartment had been transformed into an informal coordination center, with schedules, resource lists, and communication protocols organized with the efficiency of a professional operation. Maps of the city's bridges showed optimal plaque placement based on 3 years of experience with foot traffic patterns, lighting conditions, and maintenance crew activities. Success stories were documented not for publicity but for learning, understanding what interventions worked best in different situations and refining approaches based on actual outcomes. The hardest part isn't the installation or even dealing with the city bureaucracy, Diane explained as they examined her coordination materials. It's the ones we don't reach in time, the people who need help but don't see the plaques, or see them but don't call, or call when no one's available to answer. Batman studied the maps and documentation, understanding that what Diane had created was exactly the kind of community-based intervention that could be most effective at preventing suicide. It combined immediate availability, personal connection, and genuine understanding of the crisis experience in ways that institutional responses struggled to provide. But he also understood that the network's effectiveness was limited by its informal status and constant struggle against bureaucratic obstacles. What Diane needed was not replacement or regulation, but legitimization and resources that would allow her to expand and improve the services she was already providing. "What would you need to make this work better?" Batman asked. Diane considered the question seriously, her response revealing the depth of thought she had already given to the network's potential expansion. Official recognition and legal protection for the plaque installations, better training resources for volunteers, a proper call center with reliable phone service and backup systems. Most importantly, integration with existing crisis services so we're supplementing rather than replacing professional intervention. The vision she outlined was both practical and ambitious, a peer support network that could work alongside traditional crisis services, providing the kind of immediate, personal connection that people in crisis needed, while ensuring appropriate professional backup when situations exceeded peer counseling capabilities. "There's also the expansion potential," Diane continued. 17 saves in 3 years from 7 bridges. But there are other locations where people go when they're considering suicide. Tall buildings, subway platforms, even certain parks and parking garages. The same approach could work in multiple locations, but it would need more volunteers, more coordination, more resources. Batman's assessment of the situation reached its conclusion as he understood both the network's achievements and its potential for greater impact. Diane Morrison had identified a gap in existing crisis intervention services and created an effective response using her own resources and determination. The network was working, saving lives, and providing exactly the kind of help that people in acute crisis needed most. What the network needed was not oversight or regulation, but support and expansion. The Wayne Foundation's Community Health Initiative could provide funding, legal protection, and professional integration without compromising the peer-to-peer authenticity that made the network effective. Over the following weeks, Batman worked behind the scenes to address the systemic obstacles that were limiting Diane's network's effectiveness. Legal frameworks were established to protect peer counseling activities and legitimize the plaque installations as part of an official city suicide prevention initiative. The Wayne Foundation provided funding for training expansion, communication systems, and a proper coordination center that could handle increased call volume. Most importantly, partnerships were developed with existing crisis services that recognized the peer support network as a valuable complement to professional intervention. Rather than replacing trained counselors and psychiatric emergency services, Diane's network became the first point of contact for people in crisis, providing immediate support and appropriate referral when professional help was needed. The transformation was gradual but dramatic. Within 6 months, the Bridge Voices program had grown from Diane's informal network of 17 volunteers to a comprehensive peer support system with over 40 trained counselors, official recognition from the city's public health department, and integration with hospital emergency services and police crisis intervention teams. The plaques themselves were redesigned to look like official city infrastructure, making them less likely to be removed by maintenance crews, while maintaining their accessibility to people in crisis. Weather-resistant materials and professional installation techniques ensured that the messages would remain visible and legible regardless of Gotham's harsh weather conditions. But the most significant change was in the network's reach and impact. Official recognition allowed for broader placement of intervention messages, extending beyond bridges to other locations where people in crisis might need immediate access to peer support. Subway platforms, hospital parking structures, and other locations identified through careful analysis of crisis patterns became part of a comprehensive intervention network designed to reach people wherever their despair might lead them. Alex Kim had been the first person saved by Diane's original plaque installation 3 years earlier, a college student whose academic struggles and family pressure had combined to create a sense of hopelessness that drove him to the Riverside Bridge on a cold March night. The phone number he called connected him to Diane herself, who spent 2 hours talking him through his crisis and helping him understand that his current problems were temporary, while his potential solutions were permanent. Now Alex served as the lead trainer for new volunteers, his own journey from crisis to counselor providing a powerful example of how peer support could transform both the helper and the helped. His training sessions emphasized the balance between empathy and boundaries that made peer counseling effective, teaching volunteers how to share their own experiences in ways that provided hope, without overwhelming people who are already struggling with crisis. The key is remembering that we're not trying to fix anyone, Alex would tell new volunteer groups. We're just trying to help them remember that they're not alone, that other people have felt exactly what they're feeling and found ways through it. Sometimes that's enough to buy them the time they need to find their own solutions. The network's success stories accumulated steadily, but they were measured not just in immediate crisis interventions, but in long-term outcomes. People who had been reached during their darkest moments were not only survived, but were thriving, many of them choosing to join the volunteer network themselves and extending the cycle of peer support to others facing similar struggles. Diane Morrison found herself transformed from a grieving mother conducting unauthorized installations in the middle of the night to the director of officially recognized crisis intervention program that served as a model for similar initiatives in other cities. But she never lost sight of the personal motivation that had driven her original work, the understanding that Michael's death could be transformed into a source of life for others facing similar despair. I still think about him every day, Diane would say during interviews about the program's success. But now I think about him as someone whose struggle helped me understand how to help others. His death wasn't meaningless if it led to other people choosing life. The Bridge Voices program continued to evolve and expand, but its core mission remained unchanged, providing immediate, personal connection to people in crisis, delivered by volunteers who understood from personal experience that even the darkest despair could be survived and transformed into renewed purpose. Batman observed these developments with satisfaction, understanding that his intervention had achieved something more valuable than crime prevention or villain defeat. By recognizing and supporting Diane's vision, he had helped legitimize and expand a form of community healing that addressed one of society's most intractable problems, the isolation and hopelessness that drove people towards self-destruction. The city's bridges remained part of Batman's regular patrol routes, but they were no longer places where he expected to encounter only crisis and tragedy. Instead, they had become part of a network of hope, marked with small but significant reminders that help was available, that others had faced similar darkness and found their way through, and that choosing life was always an option worth considering. The plaques themselves had evolved from Diane's original handcrafted installations to professionally designed and manufactured markers that were part of the city's official infrastructure, but they retained the essential message that had made her original work effective. Your story isn't over, and someone is waiting for your call. Late at night, during his continuing patrols, Batman would sometimes observe people approaching the bridge edges, reading the messages, and making phone calls instead of taking the final steps that had brought them to those locations. Each such moment represented not just a life saved, but a family preserved, a community strengthened, and a demonstration that individual courage and compassion, when given appropriate support and resources, could create networks of mutual aid that made entire communities more resilient. The Bridge Voices program had grown far beyond its origins in one woman's grief, but it had never lost the essential insight that had made it effective from the beginning. Sometimes the most powerful form of help came not from professional expertise, but from the simple knowledge that someone else had been in the same dark place and found a way forward. Diane Morrison's son Michael had died by suicide on a Tuesday night in October, but his death had not been the end of his story. Through his mother's work and the network of peer support that grew from her determination to transform grief into healing, Michael's struggle had become part of a larger narrative about survival, hope, and the power of human connection to overcome even the most profound despair. The bridges of Gotham no longer stood only as potential sites of tragedy, but as monuments to the possibility of transformation. Places where despair could be met with understanding, isolation could be answered with connection, and the choice between death and life could be influenced by the simple knowledge that someone, somewhere, was waiting to help anyone who reached out for assistance. In the pre-dawn hours when the city slept and the bridges were quiet except for the occasional footstep of someone facing their darkest moment, small plaques continued to offer their messages of hope, and behind those messages was a network of people who had chosen to transform their own survival into a gift of possibility for others, creating a form of community healing that proved that even society's most intractable problems could be addressed through individual courage, compassion, and the understanding that everyone deserved to know they were not alone in their struggle to choose life over despair. While Diane Morrison's network saved lives through words of hope delivered in moments of crisis, another quiet guardian had discovered that salvation sometimes came in more tangible forms. In Gotham's East End, elderly residents had begun experiencing an unusual phenomenon: nutritious meals appearing at precisely 2 a.m., delivered with such discretion and dignity that recipients never felt the shame typically associated with charity. Behind this mysterious midnight ministry was a network of night shift workers who understood that hunger, like despair, flourished in darkness, and that sometimes the most profound acts of heroism involved simply ensuring that no neighbor went to bed hungry. Join us for midnight food delivery. The transformation of Gotham's East End began each night at precisely 2 a.m. Though most of the neighborhood's residents slept through the quiet choreography that turned discarded abundance into dignified sustenance. In the loading docks and service entrances of the city's corporate towers, hotels, and institutional buildings, a different kind of shift change was taking place. One that had nothing to do with official schedules or employment contracts, but everything to do with the moral obligations that connected those who worked while the city slept. Batman had first noticed the pattern 3 weeks ago during his systematic patrol of the residential areas where Gotham's working families clustered in buildings that had seen better decades. The East End was not crime-ridden in the traditional sense that demanded his intervention, but it was struggling in the way that many urban neighborhoods struggled, caught between gentrification pressure that raised rents and economic stagnation that limited incomes, creating pockets of quiet desperation hidden behind maintained dignity. The unusual movement had begun as a minor anomaly in his mental mapping of the area's normal rhythms. Elderly residents, primarily women in their 70s and 80s, were leaving their apartments at exactly 2 a.m. and walking purposefully through the empty streets to specific locations near commercial buildings. The consistency of the timing, the systematic nature of their routes, and the brief nature of their stops suggested either organized criminal activity or something that served the criminal underworld's interests. Batman's investigative protocols required him to determine which possibility he was witnessing. Elderly residents were sometimes co-opted into criminal networks precisely because their age made them less likely to be suspected of illegal activity. Drug distribution networks occasionally use senior citizens as carriers or lookouts, trading small payments for their participation in activities they might not fully understand. Human trafficking operations sometimes employed elderly residents as scouts or safe house operators, exploiting their need for income and their community credibility. But as Batman observed the pattern over multiple nights, the evidence began to suggest something different. The elderly residents moved with purpose, but not secrecy. Their routes were efficient, but not covert, and their behavior at the pickup locations suggested gratitude rather than fear or criminal complicity. Whatever they were receiving at these midnight meetings, it was something they welcomed, rather than something they were being coerced into participating in. Following Rose Patterson, a 78-year-old woman who lived alone in a fourth-floor walk-up apartment, provided Batman with his first clear understanding of what he was witnessing. Rose moved through the empty streets with the careful determination of someone who had made this journey many times before, her route taking her 6 blocks from her building to the service entrance of Wayne Enterprises' regional office complex. The Wayne Enterprises building operated around the clock, its various corporate functions requiring maintenance, security, and cleaning services that continued long after the daytime office workers had gone home. The service entrance that Rose approached was one of several loading dock areas where deliveries were received and where the building's night shift staff managed the logistics of keeping a modern office complex functioning smoothly. At precisely 2:17 IEM, a uniformed worker emerged from the service entrance carrying a discreet brown bag that he handed to Rose with the kind of brief, respectful interaction that suggested this was a routine they had both performed many times before. Rose accepted the bag with evident gratitude, the exchange taking less than 30 seconds, and then began her careful journey back to her apartment building. Batman's enhanced vision and detective training allowed him to observe details that might have been missed by casual surveillance. The uniformed worker was middle-aged, African American, wearing the standard-issue clothing of a commercial cleaning service. His movements showed the efficiency of someone familiar with the building's operations, but also the care of someone who understood the significance of what he was providing. The bag he handed to Rose was clean, properly sealed, and handled with the respect due to food, rather than the casual treatment given to garbage or discarded materials. The worker himself remained at the service entrance for several minutes after Rose departed, watching her progress down the street with the protective attention of someone ensuring her safety, rather than the suspicious observation of someone conducting illegal business. When he finally returned to the building, his posture showed satisfaction, rather than the tension that typically accompanied criminal activity. Batman's investigation expanded to include other pickup locations and other elderly residents, revealing the scope and sophistication of what was clearly an organized effort to redistribute resources from those who had them to those who needed them. The corporate catering industry, Batman discovered, generated enormous amounts of perfectly edible food waste. Meals prepared for meetings that were cancelled, buffet items that remained untouched due to over-ordering, breakfast and lunch services that routinely prepared more food than could be consumed. Health regulations and liability concerns meant that this surplus food was typically discarded rather than donated, creating a situation where substantial amounts of nutritious, properly prepared meals were thrown away each night, while elderly residents in the surrounding neighborhoods struggled to afford adequate nutrition on fixed incomes that hadn't kept pace with rising food costs. The network that had developed to address this disparity was informal but sophisticated. coordinated by workers who understood both the waste stream generated by their employers and the needs of their neighbors. Night shift janitors, security guards, hotel staff, and food service workers had created a distribution system that operated with military precision, ensuring that surplus food reached people who needed it, while maintaining the dignity of all parties involved. Batman's deeper investigation revealed the network's informal leader, Malik Johnson, a 52-year-old veteran who worked the night cleaning shift at Wayne Enterprises. Malik's background included 20 years of Army logistics experience, skills that had translated perfectly to the complex coordination required to match surplus food supplies with neighborhood residents who could benefit from them. Malik's discovery of the massive food waste generated by corporate operations had occurred during his first week on the job, when he witnessed an entire catered lunch for a cancelled board meeting being thrown away despite its perfect condition and nutritious content. The waste had struck him as both environmentally irresponsible and morally problematic, especially given his awareness of food insecurity among elderly residents in his own neighborhood. His initial response had been modest, taking a few items that would otherwise be discarded and sharing them with Mrs. Patterson, his elderly neighbor who he knew struggled to maintain adequate nutrition on her Social Security income. But as Malik became more familiar with the patterns of corporate food waste and more aware of similar needs among other residents, his individual acts of charity had evolved into a systematic redistribution network. The network's expansion had been gradual but purposeful, with Malik recruiting other night shift workers who shared his understanding of both the waste problem and the community need. Security guards at upscale hotels began coordinating the redistribution of banquet leftovers. Hospital cafeteria workers diverted perfectly good meals that had been prepared but not served due to patient discharge or dietary changes. Office building janitors throughout the commercial district identified catering surplus and developed relationships with residents who could benefit from access to quality food. What had begun as one man's response to obvious waste had become a comprehensive informal economy based on the principle that food should nourish people rather than fill dumpsters. Regardless of the bureaucratic obstacles that prevented official donation programs from operating efficiently, Batman's investigation revealed the network's sophistication through careful observation of its operations over multiple nights. The coordination required to match surplus food availability with recipients' schedules, ensure food safety during transport and distribution, and maintain the dignity of all participants, demonstrated organizational skills that rivaled legitimate business operations. Malik's apartment had been transformed into an unofficial command center, with schedules, route maps, and communication protocols organized with the precision he had learned during his military service. Different types of food required different handling procedures. Hot items needed to be distributed quickly while they remained at safe temperatures. Cold items required temporary refrigeration, and dry goods could be stored longer but needed proper packaging to maintain quality. The recipients themselves were not passive beneficiaries, but active participants in a mutual support network. Elderly residents who received food deliveries often prepared larger meals than they could consume alone, sharing with neighbors who might not be part of the official distribution network but who also struggled with food insecurity. The network's benefits rippled outward through informal community connections, multiplying its impact beyond the direct delivery. But the network's effectiveness was increasingly threatened by institutional obstacles that prioritized legal liability over community benefit. Corporate policies designed to prevent lawsuits prohibited employees from removing any items from workplace premises, even items destined for disposal. Increased security measures made it more difficult for workers to redirect surplus food without risking their employment. Legal concerns about food safety liability made companies reluctant to participate in donation programs, even when the food was perfectly safe and nutritious. These systemic barriers were gradually eroding the network's ability to operate, forcing workers to choose between helping their community and protecting their jobs. Several participants had already been terminated when their food redistribution activities were discovered by management, creating fear among remaining network members and reducing the volume of food available for redistribution. The crisis came to Batman's attention when he observed a significant change in the network's operations. The previously systematic and reliable distribution schedule had become erratic, with many elderly residents making their 2 a.m. journeys only to find no one waiting at the usual pickup locations. The network was collapsing under the weight of institutional resistance, leaving vulnerable community members without access to the supplemental nutrition they had come to depend on. Batman's assessment of the situation revealed both the network's genuine value and the obstacles preventing its sustainable operation. What Malik Johnson had created was exactly the kind of community-based mutual aid that could address food insecurity more effectively than traditional charity models, but its informal status made it vulnerable to bureaucratic interference and legal concerns. The solution required not the shutdown of the network, but its legitimization and expansion, creating official frameworks that would protect both the workers who facilitated food redistribution and the companies whose surplus food was being redirected to community benefit. The Wayne Foundation's Community Development Initiative could provide the legal protection and organizational support needed to transform informal mutual aid into sustainable community infrastructure. Batman's approach to Malik Johnson reflected his understanding of the delicate dynamics involved in community organizing. Rather than presenting himself as an outside authority offering to solve problems, he positioned himself as someone who recognized the value of existing work and wanted to provide resources that would help it grow and thrive. The meeting took place at the Wayne Enterprises service entrance, where Malik coordinated much of the network's activities during the quiet hour between major delivery windows when he could speak privately without interrupting his work responsibilities. Batman's presence in the corporate loading dock created a surreal tableau. The costumed vigilante and the uniformed worker discussing community welfare, surrounded by the infrastructure of corporate commerce. "You're here about the food distribution," Malik said, his tone suggesting that he had been expecting this conversation. "Rose Patterson told me she thought someone was watching the pickups. Figured it was only a matter of time before someone official showed up." Batman's response was carefully calibrated to demonstrate respect for Malik's work rather than challenge to his authority. "I'm here because what you've created is working. 17 elderly residents in a 6-block radius are getting regular access to nutritious food they couldn't otherwise afford. That's the kind of community solution that deserves support, not interference." The distinction seemed to surprise Malik, whose experience with authority figures had typically involved restrictions rather than encouragement. "Support how? This whole thing works because it's unofficial. The minute we try to make it legal, we'll be buried in paperwork and regulations that'll kill the whole operation." Batman's understanding of the bureaucratic challenges was informed by his experience with the Wayne Foundation's various community initiatives. Not necessarily. There are legal frameworks for food rescue and redistribution that can protect everyone involved: the workers, the companies, and the recipients. What you need is official recognition and proper resources, not replacement of what you're already doing. The conversation continued for over an hour, with Malik explaining the network's operations and Batman outlining the possibilities for expansion and legitimization. The Wayne Foundation could provide legal protection through established food rescue legislation. insurance coverage that would address corporate liability concerns, and coordination resources that would allow the network to grow beyond its current informal structure. Most importantly, the Foundation could offer employment protection for workers who participated in food redistribution activities, removing the fear of termination that was currently limiting the network's effectiveness. Workers who were officially designated as community liaisons for food rescue operations would be protected by law and supported by their employers rather than threatened with discipline. "What's the catch?" Malik asked, his military experience having taught him skepticism about offers that seemed too good to be true. "No catch," Batman replied. "But there are expectations. Official status means official responsibility. Training requirements, safety protocols, record keeping, coordination with other social services. The work gets more complex even as it gets more secure." Malik considered the implications, understanding that legitimization would transform his informal network into a formal program with all the benefits and burdens that official status entailed. And the people we're helping now, the elderly residents who depend on these deliveries, me become official program participants instead of informal beneficiaries, Batman explained. "Which means better service, more reliable access, and connection to other resources they might need, but also means some loss of the personal relationships that make the current system feel like mutual aid between neighbors." The complexity of the transition from informal community support to official social service program required careful navigation to preserve the elements that made the network effective, while adding the structure and resources needed for sustainable growth. Over the following weeks, Batman worked with Malik to design an expansion plan that honored the network's community-based origins, while providing the institutional support needed for long-term success. The Dignity Delivery program that emerged from this collaboration represented a new model for addressing food insecurity that combined the efficiency of corporate food rescue with the personal connection of neighborhood mutual aid. Official recognition and legal protection allowed participating workers to redirect surplus food without fear of employment consequences, while training and coordination resources improved food safety and distribution effectiveness. The program's expansion was rapid but carefully managed, with new participating businesses and additional delivery routes added gradually to ensure quality control and maintain the personal connections that made the service more than simple charity. Within 6 months, the network had grown from Malik's informal coordination to a comprehensive food rescue operation that served over 300 elderly residents throughout the East End. But the program's most significant innovation was its recognition of recipients as community partners rather than passive beneficiaries. Elderly residents who received food deliveries were also trained as program volunteers, helping with coordination, quality control, and outreach to other seniors who might benefit from services. The program created opportunities for social connection and community engagement that addressed isolation and loneliness, in addition to food insecurity. Rose Patterson, who had been among the first recipients of Malik's informal food redistribution, found herself transformed from grateful beneficiary to program coordinator for her apartment building. Her knowledge of neighbors' needs and her understanding of the building's social dynamics made her invaluable for ensuring that services reached residents who might otherwise be reluctant to accept help. "It's not charity anymore," Rose explained during interviews about the program's success. "It's neighbors helping neighbors, and sometimes I'm the one providing help instead of receiving it. That makes all the difference in how it feels." The program's expansion beyond food delivery to include other services reflected its evolution from crisis response to comprehensive community support. Volunteers who had been trained in food distribution also provided medication delivery for homebound seniors, wellness checks for isolated residents, and connection to other social services that participants might need. The night shift workers who had initiated the food rescue network found themselves recognized as essential community health workers. Their understanding of neighborhood needs and their access to institutional resources making them valuable partners in addressing multiple forms of social vulnerability. Hotels, hospitals, office buildings, and other institutions began viewing their night shift staff as community liaisons rather than simply maintenance workers. Malik Johnson's transformation from individual Good Samaritan to program director reflected the network's growth, from informal mutual aid to institutionalized community service. But he remained committed to the principles that had guided his original work: dignity in assistance, efficiency in operations, and recognition that everyone deserved access to basic necessities, regardless of their economic circumstances. The military taught me that logistics can be a form of service, Malik reflected during the program's first anniversary celebration. Making sure the right resources get to the right people at the right time. But this work taught me that service can also be a form of healing, for the people you help and for yourself. The program's success attracted attention from other cities facing similar challenges with food waste and food insecurity, with Malik serving as a consultant for replication efforts throughout the region. But each new program was adapted to local conditions and community needs, reflecting the understanding that effective mutual aid required intimate knowledge of specific neighborhoods and populations. Batman's observation of the program's long-term impact revealed transformations that extended far beyond improved nutrition for participating seniors. The East End had developed a stronger sense of community connection, with residents more likely to know their neighbors and more willing to offer assistance when needs arose. The night shift workers who participated in the program had gained recognition as essential community members rather than invisible service providers. Most significantly, the program had demonstrated that complex social problems could be addressed through community-based solutions that honored the dignity and agency of all participants. Rather than creating dependency relationships between service providers and passive recipients, the program had fostered mutual support networks that strengthened the entire community. The midnight deliveries continued, but they were no longer conducted in the shadows of informal charity. Instead, they represented a community's commitment to ensuring that no neighbor went without basic necessities. Organized and operated by people who understood that everyone deserved to eat well, regardless of their economic circumstances. Late at night, as Batman continued his patrols through the East End, he would sometimes observe the program's operations. Volunteers making deliveries, recipients sharing meals with neighbors, workers coordinating resources with the efficiency and pride of people engaged in meaningful work. The transformation was subtle but profound. A neighborhood that had been struggling with isolation and economic pressure had become a community characterized by mutual support and shared responsibility. The success was measured not just in meals delivered or seniors served, but in the social capital that had been created through recognition that everyone had something valuable to contribute to community welfare. Elderly residents who had felt invisible and burdensome discovered that their knowledge and experience were assets that could benefit others. Workers who had been treated as service providers discovered that their community connections and institutional access made them valuable partners in addressing social challenges. Malik Johnson continued to work the night shift at Wayne Enterprises, but his role had expanded to include official coordination of the company's community partnership programs. His apartment remained a hub of activity, but the maps and schedules that covered his walls now represented officially sanctioned community service rather than informal acts of charity conducted despite institutional barriers. The transformation of food waste into community nourishment continued each night, but it was no longer a secret network operating in defiance of institutional policies. Instead, it had become a model for how communities could address their own needs through mutual aid and resource sharing, supported by institutions that recognized their employees as community assets rather than simply labor resources. The elderly residents of the East End no longer needed to venture into empty streets at 2 a.m. to access supplemental nutrition, but many chose to maintain their involvement with the program as volunteers and coordinators. The midnight hour had been transformed from a time of vulnerability and need into a time of community connection and mutual support. In Rose Patterson's apartment, the brown bags that had once represented the difference between adequate and inadequate nutrition had become symbols of community care and neighbor-to-neighbor support. The simple act of sharing surplus food had evolved into a comprehensive network of mutual aid that addressed multiple forms of social vulnerability while honoring the dignity and agency of everyone involved. The night shift workers of Gotham's East End had discovered that their invisible labor could become visible community leadership, that their access to institutional resources could be leveraged for neighborhood benefit, and that their understanding of community needs could guide the development of effective social programs. They had transformed from service providers into community organizers, from employees into neighbors, from invisible workers into recognized leaders. The program's ongoing success demonstrated that the most effective responses to social challenges often emerged from the communities most affected by those challenges, but that such grassroots solutions required institutional support and official recognition to achieve their full potential. Individual compassion, when given appropriate resources and protection, could indeed grow into community-wide networks of care that address systemic problems while honoring the dignity and agency of everyone involved. As dawn broke over the East End each morning, the evidence of the previous night's community care was visible only to those who knew how to look for it. Elderly residents beginning their day with nutritious breakfast options they couldn't have afforded otherwise. Workers heading home with the satisfaction of having used their position to benefit their neighbors. And a community that had learned to see surplus as opportunity rather than waste, and neighbors as resources rather than burden. The Midnight Delivery Network had achieved something more valuable than efficient food distribution. It had demonstrated that communities could take care of their own members when given the tools and support needed to organize effectively. The night shift workers who had initiated this transformation continued their invisible labor, but they were no longer truly invisible. They had become recognized as the community leaders they had always been, using their skills and access to create the kind of mutual aid networks that made neighborhoods stronger, more resilient, and more caring places to live. Batman's patrols through the East End had evolved from crime prevention to community observation, watching over a neighborhood that had learned to watch over itself through networks of care that operated around the clock. The transformation was complete, but ongoing, a demonstration that heroism came in many forms, from costumed vigilantes fighting crime to night shift workers ensuring that no neighbor went hungry, all part of the larger project of making Gotham a city where everyone could thrive. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.